All streams featuring, as ever, my co-host, the Aspie Pessimist.
Hey.
Obviously, I know it's a blue screen at the second. Forgot that it doesn't do the normal screen whilst on the character select because that's a blocked scene apparently. There we go. Now on loading, you gotta love the splash art for Ishgard.
Yeah.
Absolutely beautiful. However, we aren't in Ishgard, we're in Kerthus, where I logged out.
I thought we were in your living room. Now you're face palming.
I haven't had enough cups of coffee for this. Did not sleep very well last night.
Where did I get you?
Yeah. Oh yes, I have several more minions. Wind up Odin. Unfortunately, Sleipnir only has 4 legs rather than its usual many. But also, because I did finish that quest I mentioned. There we go. The Horsefont emote. You missed it.
Find
Ready?
I was on your channel trying to find the first of the Iowa article videos.
Playlist. Yeah. It should be on my. If you're on my channel,
yeah.
If you go out of the videos option, just onto the channel itself, it should be a list of my playlists.
Yeah, it should be. So sometimes the app plays
Yeah.
with me.
Iowa Chronicles.
There.
Why were you looking specifically for the first one? No, you didn't join until about episode 7. Yeah. No. So I started live streaming them myself originally. It took us about 6 months or more to do the Iowa Chronicles, but then again we did take about a month and a half, 2 month break when you started your job, didn't we?
Yeah.
Where?
The Phoenix before that boy, it's apparently listed in the video.
It wasn't.
I know, I don't remember that being there. It's like an automatic thing, I assume. But...
Cut to first person. That broken shield is rather familiar.
Yeah.
Yep, that's Orshafont's grave. To finish the quest that I had to do, I had to come here. And that's where I picked up the emote. And I could continue with what I would be doing, but
I am machine, 3 days great, animal life become, eventually one disturbed.
oh, I've just been playing them off of my phone as background music.
Of course. That's what it was.
That one queued as the creator. Also, for the minute, I'm morphing it to As is La. There are things there for you to see that you haven't seen yet. to look at this place, did we? Yeah. So when we arrived, we came in on the dock over there. I got to the authorised, went up to there, and then we halted it. Flying car! That was cool. The flying car. That's the flagship. That's where the boss fights happen. Those chains are leading somewhere. Here she is. Final Fantasy XIV's version of Tiamat. She is willing to stay in prison, like she has for the last 5,000 years, because she doesn't believe herself worthy of forgiveness for accidentally making the primal Bahamut. Okay, there are worse reasons, and considering when he got unleashed from Dalamud during the Calamity, i.e. he was the Calamity, ushered in the 7th Umbral era. In 2.5 minutes, he did nearly destroy the world. So, fair enough. This is where I take a cue for the boss fight. Teleport to mid-air. Unfortunately, we'll land right on the ground. Right as it pops. Fortunately, I was coming back to Idleshire anyway. Wait a moment. Come on, come on. We have basically 40 seconds. Otherwise, the fast is withdrawn. There we go. Yeah, basically the plan is then try to get me as close as it can. I'll get us as close as it can. We're supposed to have tried to get up. You see that balcony up there? Yeah. We're supposed to have gotten there, but we couldn't see it. Well, we've got to get in there. Way up, yeah. I hadn't noticed his hair. I would have thought was exactly how. But both these are exactly the same. Both the Dark Knight and Gunbreaker, Lancer, very good. Indeed, exactly. How so? Yeah. This thing. We've got to deal with the again. I'm the main favourite. He's all about MMOs, but just completely the great OSS. Whoa! That's some love. What, multi-massive? I mentioned it to you yesterday, but for the sake of viewers, I had a theory that I wanted to test out. I wanted to see whether or not I could solo pipe. It took me 67 seconds. Within my prediction, I estimated around a minute. Didn't really take me around about a minute. Ow, that was hot. Hot metal. Ow. Smol, no like being toasted. Smol, I'm not for burning. Smol, no like. If it was bad enough, fucking death war. We did on ranges, yeah. Especially since I am quite literally throwing my weapon. Ow, 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 ow! Smol is not for burning! Occasionally, dump half the ground into hot marble. Hot marble. Tell which section. Yeah. I cannot stab, I can block. Possible. But it is a rope. Probably a weapon or a plate bomb. Hey! We got it. We did it. It's a monster hunter. Huh. They let me have all the loot from that chest. You tried with the dual fight.
I did. I didn't get very far.
Ah, you even got a commendation. Yay! Good
Nice.
Smol.
Fucking hell. Yeah, my it hurts more than it did on fucking Thursday last week, so I reckon it's gonna get slowly worse.
Mm-hmm.
Until I'm either forced to basically stop or something more serious.
Oh shit, he's gonna lever himself up. Shit!
That doesn't sound good. That doesn't look good.
Yeah, shame she's a bitch. We activated the barrier, but his head is now out of it, so we can actually get there ourselves. So he's largely upright. This is going to give you folks a sense of scale. Yay! On NYAN. The aura there is made. I mentioned things about it to you yesterday.
Yeah.
She's part of the reason why he got summoned. Why he got summoned. So, Machine Tail.
Yeah.
And first of her alternate skins. Maiden Sunday.
Where's Doritos?
No, the cone ones.
Ah, those, whatever they're called. Bugles, isn't it?
Or something like that.
I think that's...
Yeah. You can see the difference. Stoller and Matoya's efforts to cut off its source of aether proved wholly ineffective. Quite why, she doesn't know, though she's hoping that Mide can say.
Yeah, these things.
Yeah.
I know my crisps. There's one thing I'm good at, it's shoving junk food in my fat face.
Your face isn't fat. It's bulky.
That's not any better.
Yeah, but fat sounds harsh and demeaning. Bulky doesn't.
You have a point there.
Because semantics.
Yes.
Mide was part of the group that originally summoned the Primal. plot is thickening. Ah, shit. Okay, so... Mide was handed an artifact by a guy. Yeah. That horn is being used by the third core to draw aether from far and wide. So, the inhibitors, just stopping it drawing aether from the immediate vicinity, aren't doing jack shit because it's being able to draw the power from further afield. So without moving an inch, it can drain the aether from the very planet. And of course, me destroying the cores in the arms did nothing because it just rewound time to a state before I did that. Yeah, they nicked the small goblin girl that was at the backstop, well, the rest stop most of the time, Round Rocks. Kidnapped her because she can read and control the Enigma Codex, which is the key to controlling the Primal. Sid's just as bad at naming things. Wait a minute. How is that cat up there yet with me at the same time? Because it isn't Schrodinger's cat.
It's not just two cats, is it?
No. They are the exact same cat. Pretty much. Because that particular one needs to is actually helping us, because that cat knows what's going to happen. That cat is actually from the future. Whereas the one that we saw up on top of the deck is the one from the present.
Why a cat?
It's not actually a cat, it's a robot.
Of course it is.
And that's actually spoilers, unfortunately.
It's actually the Terminator.
If only.
An Austrian accent.
Meows in Austrian.
I see a lot of I'm thinking which Schwarzenegger.
He's not, he's from Österreich,
Exactly.
which is Austria in German.
But a lot of people call him in German. It's the 1754 like but God forbid you call them Canadian.
Don't try and make me laugh when I'm trying to have a drink.
I'm trying to think about
It's just a doppelganger. It turns out it's actually Shanoa, but he's given it the name Schrodinger. He says that Batrix has gone back to the shortstop, but it's right there. Though he, of course, Schrodinger with the proper accent of the umlaut on the O. Now unlocks the next step. Breath of the Creator. There's only 2 more stages after this one. I mean, it sounds so easy, doesn't it?
Just that you said that means that
No, it honestly just sounds so easy. Then you realise 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. That's number 10 of 12. It's a 12 raid series. And then I do it all over again on Savage difficulty, which nets you the full better gear, which looks cool, but it's supposed to be the ultimate level 60 gear. Then they introduced the Shire gear. So what I'm currently using is physically better. Oh no, the Savage ones are optional.
I was going to say, if that's the case, I don't think the Game Pass is supposed to be.
No, it's okay. The Savage ones are optional. The regular ones are also optional, but this is apparently one of the best quest lines in the game. Which is?
Exactly, it makes nobody sense out of context. Basically,
We have a watcher. Hello.
hi.
Right, yeah, this is just a sense of scale right here. Right, okay, we know Smol is pretty damn small. 4'10".
Nearly potato level.
No, female aura smaller. Then you have the potatoes.
Get the gravy.
No, get the peeler. And the hot oil.
I just now have this image of just sitting in a kitchen, just getting a lava hell alive. They're screaming, you're just sitting there completely indifferent to it.
I'm not indifferent. I'm just making dinner.
Yeah.
I want my chips, damn it.
You've got lava hell chips. It's actually sound quite tasty.
Well, that's not really a ringing endorsement considering wherever possible you make a cannibal playthrough on Fallout. We've been over this many times.
Yes. Usually you take a stand for very anti-cannibal.
Yes, yeah, generally because it's morally reprehensible, and there are a lot of nasty, not a lot of nasty stuff existing in the human body that, if we eat it, makes us go crazy.
Yeah. I know they have that brain disease.
Yeah.
It's like some long-term. They have to have it themselves, but basically in their brain, you get the infection right on the cell, and that 10 20 down the line, basically you go crazy and start getting it.
Yeah.
And to get actually survive, basically they're very original. It's worrying by a die, including the brain. So you can see how that's spread.
We discussed that back in the back during one of the Iowa Chronicles streams.
Basically, long story short, ritualistically cannibalizing your dead isn't a good idea.
Cannibalizing your dead isn't a good idea anyway.
Somebody else is dead.
Still not a good idea. For all the jokes, still no.
What is this waving?
Still no.
What am I going to do with this waving?
This thing is supposed to be a pretty fast little airship. In the cutscenes it's fast. And even when I get it airborne, not particularly fast. Yeah. But the thing is, this is supposed to be high speed, high agility.
Can you walk in there?
No. Don't know.
Something about Wales.
Black chocobos can fly,
Yes.
unlike Chocobuckle who can't, who's only a yellow chocobo.
I feel like this idea of like a back alley chocobo where you're just selling off like yellow chocobos painted various colours.
You never mentioned that one before.
It's a good idea.
Magitech armor can't fly. Ahriman can. All he does is just beat his wings harder. Hey, we're actually right with the Vista.
Kids sang the walking the air from Yorkshire.
Ah.
What were I thinking of?
Ah. Ah, that's what that orb was. It was a sightseeing log. Nice.
I've never been to Yorkshire. I don't know what's there.
We know, remember how this has aerial mobility? It now actually flies, but it has no actual visible change, which sucks.
Being carried by a giant.
Yes. Does this cat belong to you? Oh, it's Law. Quite probably. I mean, it's not exactly an uncommon boss type, you know, just giant ass bosses you have to fight inside.
Yeah.
Or are pitted against.
Not the most.
No. This is the first time that it's done in 14 with a city boss like that. Typically, while he generally does appear as as some kind of fortification, Alexander is normally a summon for you, and he's normally the holy element summon. In 9, he was literally a castle. You couldn't summon him, except for plot reasons. And he was still again a holy summon. But in 14, the overall holy summon you got was Mardine. Because again, plot purposes. I don't think he had an element in 13. He was Hope's Eidolon, so the only Hope could summon him. Problem is, while Hope has the best magic stats in 13, personality-wise, he's an absolute little shit. So nobody likes Hope. I use him for my party all the time because of his magic stats. Doesn't mean I liked him. I couldn't stand him, it's just best magic stat. And I think he was a boss in 11, not entirely sure. And obviously here he is a Apocalypse WoW. Well, Apocalypse Now. No, is it? No, it is Apocalypse WoW. No, HAL, sorry. Yeah, the trope. Here, boss. Because if we do leave him unchecked, he will drain all of the aether, so all of the life, energy, and everything from the planet. Basically, everything dies. Mysteriously or mysteriously?
Yes.
Now you're getting it. Oh, now you're getting the hang of it. This is the other Illuminati base. Yeah, and they are an elitist cult as well. Goblins. And they're not about the money and the power, they're all about the technology. But worse. They believe... Yes. The Brotherhood trying to recover technology for the sake of humanity to prevent another destruction. For the most part. Then you have the occasional selfish groups within. The Illuminati are basically of the opinion that they are the only ones who are allowed to have the nice things because only they have the intelligence to use it, and anyone who doesn't agree with them deserves to die horribly. And they intend to use Alexander for the purposes of that. Put my money on the graphics card. After all...
You're going to use a lot of it.
Yeah. But without one in general, the other cannot be there. Yeah. But you can't know about the game unless you have access to something that can display graphics.
At least you know what it is. I feel like I've just made shit up and not even realised it.
Hey, you've got to fly here. We're parked on top of his head.
Yeah.
We are literally a little fly. Hmm? Oh, standard Grey Knight Terminator. Grey Knights, you can tell because of the helm. And they're also the only ones who have a Storm Bolter on the forearm. Yeah. Grey Knight Terminators are forearm mounted Stormbolters. Unless you replace the Stormbolt with a special weapon like a Sky Cannon or an Incinerator. You know I'm daring him to try and swap us. Just so when he goes to do it, we can buzz out of the way at the last second and he just goes smack into his own face. How you'd spell my name. And it's also right there.
Yeah. I know that's what the quest line is.
Oh no, that's Breath of the Creator's request.
Yeah, but I know what that's what the other thing is going around.
He is the Primal Alexander. Yes.
Oh, clearly I didn't.
You want to know? Do you want to know how big he is? Put it this way, right? That is the doorway through one of his hands. He's large enough that there is a literal city inside of there. He's not even completely out of the water, because that is his waist. So that part you can see at the water line is about there.
Yeah.
So that's about double. There wouldn't be. He's that fucking big. Put it this way, right? Smol is 4'10", so that's 149 centimeters. Right? An Emperor Titan averages about 50 meters. So about 35 Smols, which is around about here. So this would be an Imperator, an Emperor class. A Warhound, Scout Titan, is about 15 meters tall. From orbit.
That does tend to be the solution a lot of the time, just bomb it from orbit.
But bear in mind, that shield isn't generated by Alexander. That was put there by Mide to stop it running rampant.
Yeah. It could be deactivated if you...
Yes, that's how we got in.
Not the shield, orbital bombardment.
But anyway, right, so this is roughly a Warhound Scout type.
Yes.
This is roughly a Reaver Battle Titan. This is about the average for a Warlord, so around about 30 meters. Anywhere from there to about here is an Emperor. And then you have things that are Titan size, but in length, like the Ordinatus. The Ordinatus engines.
Oh yeah. I have a lot of names.
No, that's SFW. It's on the general thing. There's
It
not.
looks like the start of a course.
No, there's. In the FC we have that bit there. For that.
You see what I mean?
You're saying that just because it's 02 shiny bodysuit.
Yeah, unbeatable. That is like the stereotypical way to start a war.
Yeah, but
You
typically
have pizza,
speaking, the one holding the pizza is the guy.
Yeah, you have pizza, a brother, or some ground food. It's like, I think it was like the 80s or 90s, that was the three plots that all fields heard of.
Pool guy, cable guy, pizza
cable
guy.
If you want a bit of variety, you get a plumber around to have a look at your place.
And of course, you'd always have the bad 80s not quite saxophone music.
Oh, of course.
So Smooth Yoda or the nation of El Salvador. Yoda's Yoda, but there are a lot more people in El Salvador than the clone force he took out.
Yeah.
Eduardo.
The thing is, it wasn't supposed to be in a weed group, it was supposed to be in a settled domestic perspective. So I don't think probably give them 2 points when it comes to that.
Quite probably. Oops, sorry. Average wait 15 minutes. Time elapsed 18 minutes 20 seconds. Is still relatively intact, but because it'll be cheaper to repair now when we have the time. Independent Tinkerer. Go. Also, walk back to Mist, because so long as somebody enters the property at least once every 40 days, the house won't get demolished. And until Zero and or Treble can come back, those of us who haven't left the free company and are still active, obviously will want to ensure that it's still there for them.
Just get knocked down.
The game would automatically delete it. Yes, we'd lose all our monies that we put on it. For example, if you decide to leave the free company, you'd have to demolish a room, your room if you had one. You don't get the 300 grand back. It's not a deposit. Bearing in mind, land prices. So you buy the plot of land. You buy the plot of land to make the. So you can make your house runs from about 2.5 mil up to 5.5 mil. I know, right? Head back to Idleshire. Sometimes the memes are funny. Sometimes. Oh, that's a free company name. Look at the shorthand. slogan.
Fuck.
I'd rather not. I think that's a male aura. Potato on an Araman. That sounds like dinner.
I was just about to say get the or cheese and that. Get whatever it is you make chips.
Oil.
Is it actually possible to make chips with tennis racket?
It depends on the material that makes the that makes up the whatchamacallit, the
mesh.
yeah.
Well, I assume if you use steel like steel wire, it would be good.
Yeah. The downside is it would probably still be not very good for it.
It'd be much more efficient to just use a knife.
Oh, certainly.
But where's the fun in that? You want a potato cannon and a tennis racket. I think Mythbusters literally did that and they didn't get any chips in it.
Probably. Well, they did prove that going on a 2-hour car drive will properly cook a roast dinner.
They just stick it on the engine?
Yeah. Well, all around the engine block, in foil, obviously. The turkey was cooked properly. It was the Thanksgiving special one year. They proved it, and they even had a pro chef as well, just to make sure.
That's incredibly niche information that I don't think I'll ever use, but it might be useful one day.
Quite possibly.
Well, that's most of what Mythbusters does, to be fair.
Did.
True.
And let's be perfectly honest here. They blew stuff up. That was the real reason we watched the show.
For example, I know using salsa as an abrasive
No, he's a higher.
to help carve away spark and cell windows. Although I don't think it's spark.
Yeah.
Shit tons of razor wire.
Yeah. But razor wire isn't an impediment anymore. Well, it isn't as much of an impediment. If she's only just come here, as that red mage, then she's in for a rough time. But given that she's level 50, it's not going to be her first class. You can't get here until you're level 60. Because obviously Heaven's Ward quest lines. And of course, because we're in a sanctuary, we're not actually out in the hinterlands. We don't get to fly. I'm tempted to switch the chat back to say, and pull out the death claw now. Just type in the chat. Does this cat belong to any of you? It looks like it's carrying you by the scruff of the neck, doesn't it? Over the gate instead. While we're waiting for the queue to pop, we may as well proceed with the transition quests. Don't jinx it. Don't fucking jinx it. I spent 4 hours trying to get it into Odin. and I was absolutely pissed.
I noticed.
Hey, it popped. And it'll warp us back to Idleshire as well. Just waiting on the tanks. Come on. One. Come on. Yeah! Half the time when these queues were popping, it was usually a DPS, but sometimes a healer or a tank withdraws because the time expired, and it's like, no, so fucking close. Like an entire city inside. Oh wow, both dancers pick the same person to fuck. That black mage is going to be doing so much damage. We're dancing with the pair of us. We are surfing a change. Why? Because fuck it. Further up because I've got my standard finish, the standard step gone. So the other dancers should have that going as well. Really should, because it's a it does damage stuff. And down partner is applicable. I'm going to not stop doing multiple long cutscenes. You have it for a minute. It makes me think of Nier Automata. Oh, that's annoyingly, the entire place is full of so see all those rapid flares? Those are those are various things like plates. Sides are electric. Oh, this particular room, yeah. Oh wow, we've got to fucking get rid of that as well. Ow. Okay, we got rid of that. Big goat-headed goblin. Look. Goblins in this game don't look like that normally. You know, the maps are there. Oh. Yeah. The areas where they normally used to inhabit historically have a different scent. Like more rotten. So they prefer more rock smells. Fucking circular sword on the side. So good job I am range DPS. Otherwise that might actually hurt me a lot. Jesus Christ.
Did you not notice the sound of that?
Am I being an idiot?
You couldn't hear it. I mean, I'm basically don't hear
Me and the warrior got half the loot each.
That's a point. Because of this Gigantamax Pokemon stuff, they've Gigantamax Charizard. And of course Gigantamax gives you a new design. So that means we now have 4 separate Charizard designs.
Because of course we do.
We've got X and Y.
We've got the two megas, OG and Gigantamax.
Yes.
Plot time. We've secured one of the flying platforms. Oh dear, now they have company. Sid's side at least. This is the control room. That's the completed codex, that cone. Yeah. There's mine. Yep. There's Round Rocks. In the control chair. We don't know. Down there is the central core.
Yes, before they
Quite likely. We don't have any.
drop a ball,
Then they'll go splat. Same if you drop anybody in there.
but at least cook them. How hot is it?
I don't know, but that's an exposed core with magic energy pouring into and out of it.
Is it magic radiation?
Quite likely.
I don't want to know what that would do to my memory.
Nothing good.
Yes, I'm quite different to how I approach it. Much thinner. Americans call all chips fries, don't they?
Yeah.
Even the proper
But French fries are still different by comparison.
yeah, French fries I'd say are more like what you get at McDonald's.
Yes. That's why McDonald's chips are French fries.
Whereas proper chips are like thick, fluffy chips, they're like what you get at Cane's, for example.
Mm-hmm.
The fact that Americans call them all fries bugs me. More than they should. God.
Oh, so I was right. It is Sopo bean. We are travelling back in time 3 years. Plot stuff, this is important plot stuff. This is part of what sets up the loop. Them summoning. Summons him. At the same time, not only have they summoned Alexander, but he's also occupied at the same time by the one we've just sent into the past. Quantum entanglement. Unfortunately, it really, really does set up the loop.
Control is confusing.
Mm-hmm. Quick thinks. Unfortunately, he's now drawing something into his core. His literal core. Plot. Massive plot point.
I thought the golf was just there writing this all out.
Knocks the book away. Cat along with it. This is where Quick Thinks gets his cat from. And the book we've seen him in his hands with in his hands. The codex then shatters, and Alexander is summoned back to the future. This literally sets up what we've just been achieving.
The book comes back.
And the codex shattering is what gives her the scar.
So the book comes back so that it can be.
No, Quick Thinks
Yeah.
gets the book. Round Rocks gets the fragment. She doesn't know what it is, she just thinks it's a shiny stone. Quick Thinks of the past gets the book and the rest of the codex and the cat, but because it's events that have already been written, he's foretelling the future. He knows what's going to happen because, as far as the book has been concerned, it has already happened. Confused yet?
Not really.
Oh, good.
I spent a lot of time thinking about time travel.
Yeah, this is essentially a paradox whilst trying to avert a paradox.
My working theory of what would happen if you create a paradox is either it would create a parallel universe where that thing did happen and your universe would still exist but it didn't happen, or everything would implode in quantum mess. Quantum bullshit.
Yes. Quite simply.
For example, if I went back and stopped Steve Irwin from getting killed by a stingray, that wouldn't bring him back in this timeline. That would just make a separate timeline where he didn't die from the stingray.
But there's already a separate timeline where he wouldn't have died.
Exactly, and that just makes it happen. This one where instead of just avoiding the stingray, you get saved by whatever method it is you choose, whether you, I don't know, slip in something the night before so we still get a little time because we're actually going to shoot that day.
And of course, then there's the memes where he's instead gone and where someone's got the time stone.
Yep.
And rather than just going and stopping Thanos, they make a stop first to tell him that the beach is closed.
Yeah, I've seen those.
We've literally set this up by that jump to the past. Yeah. Sid is basically explaining it out. Technically, the summoning failed because they didn't finish the summoning. We jumped to the past, which caused it to happen. This isn't the last we'll see of her. But suffice to say, the last two parts are going to be quite a thing. But also, nice movie reference. Biggs and Wedge's Excellent Adventure. Bill and Ted. Nope. I don't like onions.
Oh, true.
That's quite the somber note to end the quest on, isn't it? There's still two more parts. Yeah. Fist to burden of the father, which we've got at savage difficulty, is gorgeous. The son is Midas. And Eyes of the Creator obviously is the core. Get a new song out of it for the next quest. Yes, but in this, he was an ancient king and his power was in a finger rather than his hands. One that it was one hand, one that it was both, one that it was another way.
No, one was like child-friendly, one was more accurate, one was more like basically in one version, he's able to undo the whole gold chain event.
Child-friendly.
In one, he basically goes a bit crazy and lives in the fact that he never touched anything. And in
Most
three,
accurate.
he has someone cut his hands off.
Gruesome, but it's definitely a way to do it. And Family Guy went with that, with the whole...
Yeah, that's Robin Williams.
Yeah. Which is now harsher in hindsight because of his later death.
They played that ever since Mikey died, I think. I'm not sure if it was deliberate or just an accident, but...
Probably an accident. There's no way they would have known.
Yeah.
So I don't think the story broke until the morning.
So that's what I was saying. Like a lot of fairy tales, like old fairy tales, they've been like sanitized. How Cinderella. Didn't actually end up doing
As did the stepmother, yes.
Yes.
And one of the sisters cut her own toes off to get her foot to fit in the slipper.
Yeah.
You don't hear about that in the stories.
We do. It makes a better story, doesn't it?
Yeah, but Disney would never air it because it's too gruesome. Cannot into kids. Which when it's put like that without context, just sounds very wrong.
It's almost like swearing. I always say, sometimes.
Yeah, and most of them swear more than a friggin' sailor does in the first place. Yeah. Right, while we're queuing, we'll head back to Dragon Head and actually get this thing done. Or at least the next step. So we're not just standing around doing jack shit. Vaguely realistic. I'd say by that I mean to
the actual Iowa.
yes, because it's implying that she's being the museum ship. In the background, you got a pagoda bridge from a Japanese ship. Some. If you look at Chiro, so go to Google Images.
Literally the one person who I've not got to be concerned when they take my phone and start typing stuff, what pops up in the recommended.
Because I don't give a shit.
Because I'm almost certain your search history is worse.
Potentially. That's what the Fuso class looked like.
It's mental.
It's got a pagoda bridge.
I can see why.
It looks like a pagoda tower.
Exactly. I can't imagine that was hard to hit.
Right. Stay on the image search. Yep. It's the blueprints. That bridge for them is battleships here. So the entire Takeo class was top heavy as a result. In rough seas, they tended to roll. But it did pack battleships here firepower. Yeah. That's Ryujo's cap.
Oh, it's a cap.
Yeah, because it represents her her hull.
And of course the blood.
Yeah, powerful breath pool.
I know that's the thing.
It's quite amusing. Ryujo aircraft carrier, which is a very distinctive silhouette compared to other carriers, right? Because they decided to do an experiment to try and give her a a bigger flight deck for her size. So you've got Shimakaze there, Sendai of the Sendai light cruisers, supply ship Mamiya, Fubuki, Ayanami, Mutsuki, Ryujo. Notice there isn't an island, unlike every other carrier. If you look in the background here, you've got Junyo. You can see her island there. So where is Ryujo's bridge?
I'm guessing it's some sort of experimental design or something.
Ryujo didn't have her bridge as an island. Her bridge was mounted under the bow of the flight, under the front end of the flight deck. If it worked. Not quite in the way you'd expect. Gave you great view over the bow, so you could clearly see what was coming along all of that angle.
Not much else.
The problem is, you used to have your bridge there, so you could see all around you. You've got no views past about there and there. So you've got massive blind spot all across there. So you're heavily reliant on having people around you. Radar and whatnot. Yes. Well, yeah.
I'm back there.
Okay, that now unlocks a new duty. Okay. At the same time, like I say, it gave her a very distinct silhouette. So, Kankol's Ryujo has this big visor cap because that part there, that part there.
That makes sense.
There's generally the riggings. There's almost always some element of design from it that matches something historic about the ship, like Musashi having effectively a tan, being basically the only dusky-skinned ship girl for a long time, because prior to Lady Golf, they applied a fire-resistant black paint to her deck. Nope. I know about it. And don't forget, Mythbusters did 2 separate episodes about myths involved in it. You know what? I'm going to prove a point.
The F is actually round?
No. Ah, damn it. Got to use a cube for that. We'll come back to that in a minute. Quite well, in 2.5 minutes.
Okay. You're going to take on that tight, aren't you?
Yep. This is the point where Dakana is at. Told him, you can just literally stand back and watch me do it. Unfortunately, you get no experience for doing an undersized thing. That is almost health in one hit. So it's basically guaranteed crit. Another crit. After it's done. Heart. No, doesn't have one of those. It's a primal. Made of ground. Nope, you didn't need one. Oh, holy shit, that was even quicker this time. Kinda. Everything is cooler than Teen Titans Go.
Have you seen the Go version?
No, because I refuse to go anywhere near Teen Titans Go.
This is what they've done.
Right design for the most part, but just no.
Yeah,
No,
it
no,
looks,
no.
It looks a bit like him. You can tell who they're going for, but that compared to that.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Though, my favourite DC character will remain as Slade Wilson, i.e. Deathstroke the Terminator.
There's so many series.
And the original Teen Titans is one of them.
Yeah, I'm running out of hard drive. I've got a 1 terabyte hard drive. You know how much I've got left in there?
How much?
Oops. Yeah. I need, when I get 10, I need to go in via to play that hard drive.
Makes sense. Freud would have a field day with you.
Many episodes in there that I and I want to rewatch them.
People would say that's powerful breast, but it's literally. She's,
Not wrong.
yeah, but it's not for the usual reason.
I mean,
She's creating one out of nothing.
does she also have the launcher, or is that coming next?
Oh, it's a tag.
Is it?
Yes.
Is that like a panda power? I thought it was just an RPG round.
No, it's the full thing.
Oh, okay. So you're fighting against. Oh, I see now. Yeah.
It's specifically an RPG 7.
Okay. So
Got
it's
Warhead.
Sure.
You can see the iron sight there.
Oh yeah, of course. So
And there's the grip.
you're fighting against this random high school hero, pro hero.
Who has had enough of your shit.
Yeah, you just think, oh, okay, she'll be easy. She's just a trainee. Okay, right.
She's a teenager who clearly doesn't have super strength.
Pulls out a fucking RPG. What did you have to name this then? I can't imagine Momo calling someone just like that. You get the point.
Yep.
I can imagine her blowing you up with an RPG, just not swear.
No, she's too nice to swear.
Although by that same logic, she could destabilise the economy.
Only so long as she has enough time to recover the life that she uses.
Yeah. make some gold, like a relatively small amount of gold, sell it to a gold dealer, for example, buy a load of cake, sugar and sweets and whatnot, sit there eating.
And bank the other half.
Yeah. Sit there eating while making gold. It'll take you a while, sure, but eventually you've got enough gold to destroy the economy.
That's why you don't bother doing gold. You do other precious minerals and metals that are actually needed.
Silver, gold is used like
yeah,
silver,
but pure gold isn't, because that's what you use for money.
Yeah.
Or for gold bullion.
Gemstones, they're not exactly.
No.
I mean,
they're not complicated, but if you want it flawless, i.e. sellable and expensive, but that'll then run into the same general problem.
It might take a while.
The problem with them is the lattice, the crystal lattice.
Have you heard about the conspiracy theory?
No.
They're basically
Why?
What they do is they're actually going to control them again, and they forge them into warehouses and restrict the supply so much that you think they're fair. It's not even just because they found to get everyone to think that diamonds are
People with proof no longer have the proof. Or rather, the proof no longer exists in some form or another. See the fucking size of his hips.
Yeah. It's like taking a thought.
When you're rich enough to own your own diamond company, you can have whatever hobby you want.
Yeah.
Because you can pay money to make whatever problem you have go away and not be a problem. It's like pesky reporters. You then kill them, and it's like, oh, you killed a person. Quietly slip the judge or the jury or the prosecutor or whoever required a load of money, a large-ish bribe, and that case file just goes into the shredder, and it's like, oh, and you they go saying it's like, oh, when are they going to trial? When are they going to trial? Over what? They murdered somebody, did they? There's no file on it.
Yeah. Anyone that can't be bought, then
whoever can't be bought goes relatively quietly into a very long permanent vacation somewhere where they will never be found.
what do they get
Oh, it's true. It's true. Pigs will eat anything.
Oh yeah,
You do realise how many pigs you generally have on a pig farm, right? Yes. What happens when you have many of a single thing known to eat things down to the bone and further?
What that farmland we had the other day? I don't know. I just boots one pig pen, but other than that, not a clue.
Clearly, he decided to become the next David Cameron, and it backfired.
Oh God. That wasn't what I was going for, but
because you know the rumour that he's a pig fucker.
Yeah. I love that. Like, a rumour just comes out from the Prime Minister got the hit.
Prime Minister of the time.
Was the actual Prime Minister of the time?
Yes.
I would have loved to go like Prime Minister guy. I would have a pig national or something. Put it off. as we all I would get kicked out in like 20 seconds. You would.
You'd probably have have some either a police record or you'd be on some kind of government watch list.
Yeah. If I'm not after all the stuff I've said in these videos already. I haven't cannibalized anyone.
Yet.
Too much effort to hide all that.
It's too much effort to chop them up, cook them, and eat them.
Yeah, and like getting rid of like any bits you can't use. You don't even have a big farm nearby anymore. You have to say
Yeah. Yeah, it was always there when I was growing up. No idea.
There was I don't remember if it was a real story or not, but some woman who had like kids, she had a heart attack as a pet, and she was feeding them.
And they ate them. Yeah. Yeah. Like I said, pigs will eat anything. They're always hungry. If they're hungry enough, they'll eat it. They'll eat fresh meat. Well, for one, you can't because it's illegal.
There have been various reports on like photo items, but they've gone. There are actual native people living there, like living in the areas where no ranks. One got bits of heart.
Yeah, they have some very powerful jaws, very sharp teeth.
Yeah. And there's been several stories.
And even if the bite doesn't kill you, it can kill you then and there. You're going to need one hell of broad spectrum antiseptic because all of the horrible nasty bacteria in the runnels in the teeth and the gums actually bleed when they bite you because they permanently have gingivitis. It's less them injecting their blood into you, more their blood mixes with yours on the wound, and as it coagulates, it's in contact with the raw area. So, all of the nasty bacteria that congregate in their gums and on their teeth and in their saliva get transferred to you through the blood.
Yeah, they are all through venomous. They've confirmed it.
They actually have venom glands.
Yes, apparently so.
That makes it even worse!
Yeah!
Yeah, so you're going to need not only a broad spectrum antibiotic, but antiseptic, but a very specific antivenom as well. Because these things will walk after you as you crawl away, and they are content after they don't go for you again. If you manage to escape, they will just walk after you and basically just follow you like a ghoul. They will just sit there whilst you're bleeding, like trying to go about your life and try and recover. They'll just sit there watching and waiting for you to drop dead. They'll just they're dead now. Om nom 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 nom. And did it literally take his foot off?
So she was like, let's get him in the cage. So they go in.
Because that's going to end well.
Yes, they go in. I'm assuming he was wearing like open toe shoes or something.
Because of course.
I mean, even if he was wearing regular shoes, I mean, I don't think that stops the photo going. He's wearing like whatever. They go in, and it's all like, okay, this isn't normal. Be careful. These things, they're not just. These things have a track record of killing people. They're like, yeah, sure, whatever. War of the Dragons takes a fucking fight, takes a stop. And then, presumably, I can only imagine Angelo was a zookeeper and Angelo was there. Because, like...
I fucking told you, you idiot!
only imagine you look at that.
Yeah. Yeah.
If I was going to go into an enclosure with things that are known to kill people, at least want to do tactics. Yeah?
Steel toe cap boots, chainmail anti-shark suit.
That'd be good.
You know, the chainmail wetsuit you have to wear if you're going shark diving.
I'd like to change the wetsuit. I can only imagine it's heavy and so. Saying that, I'd like just make it a chainmail. Can't we make chainmail trousers like that?
Not by themselves, no. It has to be part of the suit. Otherwise, they don't really stay up. That's basically what a chainmail wetsuit is. And also what they have to do anyway.
It's more a case of like, you wear a chainmail shirt, and you just have armour.
Oh, it's only if you're just wearing chainmail upper. If you're wearing full chainmail, it's a goddamn bodysuit with a coif included.
Oh, it's like the whole thing.
Yes.
Traditional chainmail jumpsuit.
Yes!
Okay then.
For the second time!
So,
Why do you not listen?
we've got to this point, you're asking me that now.
Why do you not listen when you know full well how much digging I do into weapons and armour?
So much you paid for
You really, really want me to hurt you, don't you?
If you are going to try and kill me, at least make sure you get a camera.
Why? So there's video evidence of it.
Yeah, so people can laugh at it.
Problem is, that's called evidence. That's called evidence that they can use against me in court.
You don't kill me all the way then.
You only want me to kill you part of the way.
Yeah, then, yeah, because you have to get back in the body.
Yeah, but then I can be charged with attempted murder and DBA. And you'd be living proof of it. There's no way out of it with me maiming or killing you that would not be obvious crime against, obvious criminal activity. There is no way against it.
People, there is still very much a hammer over there. It's not a small hammer either. It's a decent hammer.
Baby toy.
Oh, decent for a hand hammer, not today.
You say that as though my dad doesn't have a sledgehammer.
I'm not surprised. I wouldn't be surprised if he did.
16 pounder.
I was going to say, knowing what I know about it, I'd be more
I said 16 pounder. About 5 kilos, I'd say. Roughly. Heavy enough that you need 2 hands to properly use it. Light enough you can carry it in one.
next time you
And where's the article from? Oh, they're not a shitposting site. No. But whoever's writing the article is probably a shitposter. Because Primaris Astra Militarum is impossible, because that's just Primaris Marines.
Yeah. I've heard some like originally very. I don't know if it's modern mixed responses to the whole Primaris.
Yeah. When Primaris Marines were initially unveiled, but we didn't have a name, just models, people thought, oh, they're doing true scale Space Marines. If you look in the flux, Space Marines are like nearly 3 meters tall, on average. Much taller than your regular old regular old human. Yeah. If you look at the miniatures, there's not that much of a height difference between them. Not very to scale. So people thought Primaris Marines were going to be crew scale Marines. If you look at a Primaris Marine compared to a regular Marine, they're bigger. And this isn't even like going from going like an aggressor. This is regular, regular intercessors. So the regular bolter infantry.
Yeah, just how to heal past the dragon.
The Daphne, she's a friend.
Good point. She's looking at the other side.
Mm-hmm.
She got damage.
No. Svelga is more of a storm dragon. Specifically, more ice.
That's the idea of a better space.
That is what Primaris are.
Yeah, but that's the thing.
Bearing in mind, when the Emperor created the Space Marines originally, he used the template of the Primarchs.
Yeah.
What's more, they were a marked improvement over the Thunder Warriors that he'd made for the Unification War. So, Space Marines were already the pinnacle that they could be.
Yeah.
Belisarius Call has, for the last 10,000 years, fucked around with that and apparently made it better than the God Emperor.
Yeah, that's what they were getting. Sounds a bit...
Mary Sue.
Yeah.
Yeah. Bearing in mind he's also hoarded anti-grav technology that's supposedly been lost for 10,000 years. Amongst other things. He's one of the only people who remember the heresy because he is over 10,000 years old. It's a thing.
Yeah.
People would have actually said they would have had less issues with it if it was Arkan land. The guy who discovered the STCs for the Land Speeder and the Land Raider.
Yeah.
But because it's somebody that's basically just been pulled out of thin air, that is a lot of what people's problems with Belisarius Call is.
Yeah. I wonder what if I was a little bit what STC actually work. Basically, as I understand.
They're basically a computer file.
Yes, it's a machine. So like, it's described as they don't really know how to build individual machines, like things. They know how to build the machine that makes the thing.
To an extent, an STC is a complete template for a particular device or machine or vehicle or weapon. And because of that, you don't need to know how to build what the result yourself. All you got to do is know how to build or maintain the machine that the STC builds.
Yeah.
So let's say that it's an STC for an engine that can run on basically any fuel. Not impossible. I mean, the Lehman Russ and the Chimera can run on basically any fuel. But for argument's sake, it's going to be a utility vehicle, you know, like a Unimog. You know what one of them is, right? The Mercedes-Benz utility truck.
Yeah, yeah.
It's, as we know, one of those is capable of running on most kinds of fuel, correct? So, the STC for a Unimog engine builds that one thing. All you need to know is how to make the machine. Is how to make that machine still work. Because the STC itself will be contained within the machine, standard template construct. The machine will have all of the info needed to make that machine. And thus it produces exactly what you need. The STCs were to allow human colonists before the dark age of technology, when mankind first sailed to the stars, was to allow them to have all the tools they needed to build what they needed to survive. Hence it being a standard.
Yeah.
And then the dark age of technology happened, we lost so much knowledge, so many STCs were lost, and half the ones you find are corrupted or missing files or fragments, which is why the Mechanicus paid through the nose for a complete working STC file, and why they launch massive fleets on the merest rumour of one of one of these things being found.
Yeah. Imagine you just like, I don't know, you find like one that makes anything cool.
Like a Baneblade.
Yeah.
Yeah, they've got one for that. A number of Forge Worlds have been given the schematica.
Yes.
So they've been given a copy of the STC, which is why you get multiple different Baneblade variants in Forge Worlds. And I don't just mean like Shadow Swords and whatnot. I mean outright variants. Like the Forge Lord Lucius, Forge Lord Grya, etc. Riser used to have their own plasma template, which is why their plasma weapons were amazing as tank turrets, because they never used to get hot. But then they lost a lot of their thing, made them work. And fluff-wise, it's something like Forge World Riser got attacked and got the shit kicked out of them. As a result, a lot of their plasma weapons got lost, and the technology for a cooling system that actually worked was lost. So that's why if you get a Lehman Russ with the plasma turret, the Eradicator, I believe, in 7th edition it gets hot again. Whereas if you had it prior, it didn't have gets hot because it was because you used to get it from Forge World Riser. Yes.
They do that?
Supposedly in this area. These are wild chocobos after all.
Oh, they're violent ones then. Potentially.
They would be, if I wasn't so high a level they actually ignore me. If you're 10 levels above something in this game, generally they'll leave you alone.
I won't do.
Bear in mind, I haven't even dropped my damage with my dams.
You have to take a pair of shots.
Yeah, drop them. Because doing that, I just fucking one-shot it.
That's what you do.
Well, yeah.
You want KFC?
Kefka Fried Chocobo.
That's a good one.
There's actually a free company. Shorthand KFC. full name, Kefka Fried Chocobo.
I've not tried. I like that.
What do you expect? This is actually an American data center. This is an American server. Which is why I'm one of the only members in the free company who isn't actually American. They probably taste like ostrich.
I've had ostrich. It's actually really good.
Huh.
It's like beef, but sweeter.
I'd have thought it would have tasted like beef but chicken.
Yeah, it's got that sweeter taste.
I think you kind of missed the joke a bit.
I know. I'm going to Dr. Zero Market. And that's what they have on. Quite tight one in there. Report back as to what it tastes like. Report back as to how Chocobo burgers would actually taste. Right, now you've said that, I really want an ostrich burger.
Well, go to Africa, I believe. Go to Africa, beat an ostrich to death with a rock, carve it into a burger, eat it, and then come home. Yes. Your point? Why when you trap it with a net or a bear trap or similar. So it, yes, it could work. That way, it's trapped, it can't run off, and you can do the aforementioned beating it to death with a rock.
I feel like
Yeah, but you're in the middle of Africa. You're not going to be worried. By the time they catch up to you, you'll have already disposed of the evidence.
yeah. It's one way to hunt, I suppose. There was that video of some Australian cop who like stole a wombat, and all the eco-terrorists and animal freaks and all those. Basically, I've not found the video online.
To be fair, wombat can be pretty damn dangerous.
No, it's just one wombat or something.
Koala are pretty nasty. Have you heard one of them growl? It's like a fucking ogre.
It's not really. It's
They've got a really, yeah,
weird.
a really goddamn deep growl.
For an animal that size,
They're also masters of biological warfare. Their teeth and their claws are lousy with bacteria. You get the feeling Australia's trying to kill you?
that's the thing. I think you shared that thing on Facebook. That there's beetles about it.
Yeah, Christmas beetles in Australia.
Despite being Australia, it doesn't want to kill you.
And people are like clarifying, despite it being from Australia.
It's like the one thing over there doesn't want to kill you. Yes, I agree.
No, there is still something else in Australia that isn't trying to kill you. The air. It's not trying to kill you yet.
Yeah, no. The sun's trying to kill you. The waves are definitely trying to kill you.
The land will try and kill you in places.
Yep. Every living thing there, except the Christmas beetle, will try and kill you. Probably a lot of people.
No?
Imagine sort of like a match-up between a chav and a redneck.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
But isn't that basically just chavs in general? Problem is, chavs are arguably worse than rednecks.
Yeah.
At least rednecks know how to brew moonshine and aren't, you know, complete nutted dicks. Because not every redneck is from Deliverance.
Redneck is more of like a person.
Dueling banjos and 75.
Chavs are very much more kind of like the rejects.
Chavs exist as a life form that is barely above single cell, and that's only because they share that one brain cell between the lot of them.
Yeah.
At least rednecks have a couple of brain cells each.
Yeah.
So they know how to moonshine, they know how to run moonshine, if you believe all the hype,
Yeah.
and they know how to actually operate a firearm
Yeah.
with relative safety. A chav is more likely to injure themselves or, with the gun, or stab themselves with their own fucking knife.
Yeah. Even though they've all got fucking
Switchblades and the like.
a lot of them they wish I don't know what's
To be fair, those are still pretty lethal.
yeah.
Except for the ones that have the cover at the top and the bottom, so you yeah. They're good for cutting tape, but that's it.
Are they?
Yeah,
I can't cut shit with them.
as long as you keep it sharp.
Yeah, even like out of the box, they struggle to cut like the plastic banding that moves out.
That's not really what they're for.
They use it. Because you've often got to cut them in case of how it falls out.
2 to find and 1 quest.
I say occasionally I move almost completely constantly because no one knows how to stack them.
No.
Jason safe from fucking
No.
basically, I've seen in the beginning. We're playing this like as this pod, if he didn't, he sort of like, he beats the shit out of people on the regular basis when he gets the results.
So nobody calls him out.
Yeah, it's been like.
When I say call him out on it, I mean he doesn't lose his job over it.
He's had a load of shit in it, but exactly, he didn't get results in the entire year.
Basically, Dirty Harry, but Jason Statham.
Yes. There's a scene in the beginning where he's out with it. He's got a
Yeah. So he beats them to a pulp with this skill.
Cracks all over the head.
Million miles to the north. And then arrests them for attempting to steal a car.
Oh no, the rest of it's not worth it. I feel if you're going to get the guy on, he attacked them just because he wanted something to give. And he used the them committing a crime.
Not the worst excuse.
Yeah. And he takes the box and he's like, I'll take it. Well,
Obviously in the same film, so that's what we're talking about.
There's some of those upbringing like information on top of them. A lot of money, like,
Well, at the very least it'd leave an impression. Oops.
The money's not there.
Well, you know what they say. Snitches get stitches.
I've seen that film a few times.
It's not obvious.
It's just a good film. It's safe to say it's absolutely not. I mean, even for Meg, like, it's a megalodon film. I wouldn't watch. Nice. I wouldn't watch it out of kids. But it's not safe.
I'd watch it. I've got up the disc for it on the table. I've also got, I think we've still got it on the Sky hard drive as well in HD. The thing is, I'd watch it, not because it's got Statham. It's giant shark. I like sharks.
True, but I'm just not sure what if they would actually survive. You know, because the nuclear occupies. That's how it is.
It's so big that the amount of food it would have to eat to sustain itself is impractical.
Yes, the prey it existed on no longer exists, therefore it's
So, to live and thus eat the same amount that eat enough to survive, it would have to eat more of lesser prey.
yes, and the numbers just aren't there.
But as an apex predator itself, it would actually be able to subsist in a fashion. It would just be relatively low, very low. Well, not even relatively. It would just be very low numbers because its diet would never allow its population numbers to exceed a certain limit. Otherwise, there would be too many of them and not enough prey. So, the feasible limit of them only goes so far. It's just they would remove other predators from the ecosystem as a direct result. Put the light on it behind you. So it's not implausible, it's just impractical. There is a difference. Yeah, but they are definitely deader than dead.
Yeah.
We know this for certain due to fossil records.
Yeah.
But at the same time, again, it doesn't stop it from being plausible.
It's also plausible that mermaids.
Yeah,
Have I gone on about this before?
probably.
I have this whole running theory that mermaids could exist.
You probably have.
Basically, you know how whales are, right? Whales are dolphins. Basically, an early land mammal.
This might kill me, but I might survive. Ow!
Ooh.
Drop me down to 1.
They never do it.
Yeesh.
The land mammal it does that, and it evolves into a creature more suitable to do it.
And then it can start foraging further afield than just the shallows, because it's been adapted for more amphibious to aquatic lifestyle, and then further along the line it becomes fully aquatic again.
So, what I'm going to it's not impossible, because we know humans don't have to take discovered the concept of fishing, and then decided that, yeah, we'll go with this. And eventually evolved to be able to swim longer, hold their breath for extended periods, all that.
Sprouted gills.
Yes, eventually evolved. Well, fair, dolphins don't have gills.
No, but they still surface.
Exactly.
Mermaids, when we see them,
Yep.
breathe water.
Yeah, I suppose the fantasy mermaids do that.
So they would, in fact, have gills.
I'm thinking the more realistic mermaid would do the same that a dolphin would do.
6 or 1,
Possible either way.
basically.
I'm thinking if they evolved in the same way that dolphins did, then you could effectively have what you would consider a mermaid, but obviously the fish tail and the human upper half. Well, it probably looked less human than you're thinking, but it'd still be mermaid-ish. This is why I wish I knew more about speculative biology and evolution, because I want to know what they would look like. Probably imagining big fantasies, something like that, but not quite as fat. And a more humanoid face. Because yeah, that's my whole thing on mermaids and why they couldn't exist in theory. Also aliens. They even do my sense.
It's highly improbable that we are the only.
Exactly.
This is the only planet with life.
Do I think that those mermaids too just like steal cows and throw rednecks? No. I believe that in the nearly incountable number of planets that exist in the universe that we're the only one with life?
Yeah, but think of the mental image. Little grey men with anal probes.
Yes.
Deliverance intensifies for a different reason.
I'm just glad you got a space banjo.
A banjo with various alien bits sticking out of it.
Yeah. I'll go with that.
No, no. The banjo is a facehugger in disguise.
Oh, God.
You're not going to trust any musical instrument anymore, are you?
I only use
If I were you, I would store it behind corrosive-resistant glass. Yes.
Oh.
Mimics can take the form of basically anything.
You could be there on the line and say, you get these 5 days banjo or whatever. Yeah, that's existing as well.
Most of the above.
You're not playing it.
Yes.
I could see that happening. That is in no way the most bizarre thing I've heard.
It's also not the most improbable thing that's ever happened in my group. When I say my group, it's just the group I am part of.
I know.
That's for the record.
It's the one, yes.
Yeah. Highly unlikely any of them will see the stream, but
On the off chance.
yeah. And yeah, we're almost at 700 players. Nice. Somewhere over the rainbow. Is that literally the only reason you bought the ukulele?
Well, no, the reason I bought it was because the main
Meh.
I think yeah.
Exactly. I don't give two shits about it. don't even give one shit.
I'm guessing you can give them all 3 times. Give them many of them all that price.
Sapphire, diamond, topaz.
Yes, actually.
Did you realise that did you not realise I know a bit about gemstones?
I know you know gemstones, that's why the only reason I guessed again. Well, there's 4 diamonds that we know about. Yellow, white, blue, pink. And they're the only ones that exist as far as we can tell. They're basically the overlord rulers and green dictators. Effectively near sort of
Freebird, Dravanian Foreland. Do you know what that means? Aside from an epic 4.5-minute guitar solo.
I said before I was supposed to do this, right? Well, I said it worked, but it's still our thing. I need to do that. Do you reckon people are going to be striking up that
Yes.
Good.
Probably not for the right reasons either.
Good.
You just want to disgust and horrify the normies, don't you?
Yes, yes I do. I mean, the only problem is the clothes usually go well in the bathroom.
Nope.
And I kind of like the jacket more.
See, I've got things that cloak will go well with. Unfortunately, the cloak I've got is stupidly heavy. You know. Bloody help me with it.
Oh yeah, of course.
That cosplay, yeah. Highly unlikely that certain people I don't want my plans known to. Highly unlikely. Nah. They sort of know exactly who they are. Just, I don't generally talk about everyone's. I've got another little achievement for mapping the entire area. Over there. You know what a calzone is, right? Let's do that.
Oh, really what?
They're just mini calzones. You cannot get any height. There we go. Holy shit, we've been in this queue for almost an hour. Fuck.
Yeah, I found it useful.
I've restarted the queue, but I've also got the Zephod hole on the go as well, the one we picked up from the gateway.
World of Moon Festival is toxic gas. It's toxic gas. Burned over 2,400
Not enough to melt steel.
Yeah, but it's decomposed as well as the hydrogen and hydrogen.
That would literally melt your face off.
Yes. Corrosive explosive on contact with water. Bonded to carbon is called explosion of hydrogen. And the better oxide gas.
Asbestos doesn't burn.
Exactly. If that's going to oxidize, it oxidizes things that do not form as burn. I think fluorine trichloride.
Ah.
I can't even imagine it's the most dangerous thing you could possibly invent.
Ah. These things here, if I go near them, will actually aggro me. If you look at the levels.
Yeah.
I'm within 10 levels of them.
This is dangerous burning shit that turns anything into flame. What do we do? What do we do? They can turn into acid steam that melts your face off at room temperature? Just... If there is a god, then there's definitely fucking about which chemistry set that day. Keep that in mind. Or... Fuck it. Ooh. It's that big birdie one.
The crocodile. Because that behind it is the trailer, which is the fuel tank.
Was that not a good target for snipers?
Consider how much armour plating would actually be mounted on there for that exact reason. Enough to make shooting it with an anti-personnel round very unlikely to do more than scratch it. You're better off trying to shoot the fuel line, but that itself would also be armoured. Problem is, that's only fuel. It's not going to outright take the tank out, which is also why it's not stored on the back of a tank.
Because if you take it out, all that does is stop it from using its flamethrower.
It's still got the quickfire 75mm because it's a modified, at the very least, Mark III. One of the queues is DPS full. We'd actually experimented multiple times with flamethrower vehicles, so creating the Cockatrice, the Basilisk, and the Wasp. The latter of which was a flamethrower on a universal carrier, the thing that's also known as the Bren gun carrier, because it was the little troop transport tracked vehicle, a surprising amount of speed that we used to stick a Bren gun on the front of and across the top.
Wasn't there at one point they just thought, how about just a flamethrower for it?
Yeah,
Everything.
pretty much. That's it in a mortar carrier role. Right? You've still got the Bren gun on the front end. Example, we turned it into a self-propelled gun with a 2-pounder on it. at one point. Highly impractical, because typically the gun of a tank has a machine gun strapped to the side of it called a coax. And if they see you trying to do that, they hose you off with the coax. They also have the pintle mount. They've got the co-driver / radio operator's gun, like machine gun, and they can still pop out the turret with a sidearm or a rifle and pop you. So it's doable, just not practical.
I think it's the same vein as if you've got nothing left, and you just like throw yourself out.
I mean, if you want to do a suicide mission, use a stick bomb. Also, these things are pretty damn nippy.
Wow.
It's actually caught air. It's nippy enough that it can catch air. One of them, the orderly, armed with a Sten, and the thing had a motorcycle strapped to it. Carrier 1 had commander, driver, mechanic, gunner and rifleman. Commander was a sergeant. You had the driver and the gunner were privates, and you had the rifleman who was a lance corporal. The gunner was the only one who didn't have a rifle, so he had a Bren, and the rifleman had the number 38 wireless set, so he was the radio man. Carrier 2 was equipped exactly the same, except number 3, Carrier 2, the rifleman, didn't have a wireless, he had a 2-inch mortar with 36 rounds. And in Carrier 3, the rifleman had his rifle and a Piat. The towing attachment allowed it to haul a quick-fire 6-pounder. Typically, we could refit it to the most general purpose light rolls. And right there, this is in Israel, but this here is a universal carrier in the Wasp configuration. So you've got the flamethrower there, strapped to the side. World War II, Indonesian National Revolution, Indochina War, 1948 Arab-Israeli War, Costa Rican Civil War, Korean War, Suez Canal, and Biafran War, also known as the Nigerian Civil War, and the Nigerian Biafran War. Considering they're near the top speed of 30 miles an hour, they're massively outpaced these days. Oh, Gunsmith Cats. I've got 2 different timeline manga volumes for it.
I thought you would have.
We built 113,000 universal carriers. It used, well, main arm was a Bren or a Boys with anti-tank rifle. Rain. Yep. If you look, you can actually see that diagonal slant. Yeah. Oh, it's actually hitting the window. Because the angle is coming in like that at a 45 to the right. Main armament, secondary, 1 Vickers machine gun, or an M2 Browning, or a 2-inch mortar, or a 3-inch mortar, or a Piat. Oh, Zeppetol popped. Okay, so we're getting the story continued. Pity, because I was hoping to finish Alexander. Engine, 3 point... No, come on, DPS. .9 litre or 239 cubic inch Ford V8 petrol engine with 85 horsepower at 3,500 RPM. Carried 20 imperial gallons or 91 litres of fuel, with an operational range of 150 miles, 250 kilometres, top speed of 30 miles an hour or 48 kilometres an hour. Come on, tank. We've got a new DPS. We just need the tank to confirm now. There we go. Production began in 34 and ended in 60. Yeah, 113,000 of them. Praying mantis, an attempt to produce a low silhouette vehicle can still fire over obstacles. Hang on. Universal carrier. All was replaced by an enclosed package bot. Box structure with enough room for a private Madonna lane throne. Elevated. The top end was a machine gun turret with 2 Bren guns. Intention was to drive it up to a wall or hedgerow, elevate the gun and fire over the obstacle from a position of safety. Injected up to 1044, one of them survived in the tank unit. On the prototype. Bovington. So do I. Me and my dad both on the go. But typically when he's got the day off, if he's not got the money, we'd have to go a few days. But quite likely that fiancé is either available but if he poured out the skull and does not go, or he's not got the money. Annoying. I really want to go. For obvious reasons. Yeah. They've also got the only running Tiger 1 left in the world. Yeah, which is the one they use for Fury. You know the scene where it's actually where they're actually attacked by the tiger? They laid down concrete under the mud so they wouldn't cause as much strain to the suspension. Because what do you call it? Tiger at 50 odd tons, 56 tons I believe, is actually too heavy for the suspension. Why? So aside from it being designed specifically designed around the climate of Germany, much more temperate. They quite often deployed in areas they were never designed for, but they were also machines such high tolerances. Contributes to the problem. What happens when you introduce grit into machinery? Specifically, we'll say sand. Sand gets stuck to all the grease, doesn't it? And what happens when you introduce sand to metal? Okay, I'll put it another way. What does sandpaper do? It's an abrasive. Sand is an abrasive. Rock particles. So, kind of designed. I say designed, it just happens to go that way. It's going to wear away the suspension. For that very reason. A tiger what? Yes. However, it's not practical. Yes. That's the praying mantis. Driving on a prone mat. Elevate, gives them, doesn't fire over the thing, but yeah. But it's also for that reason I'm rejecting it. Battleship. Ship of the line battleships, like the Iowa. Oh, we could. We won't. No, because we've had so many engineering advancements since. There's been so many advances in engineering in general. It's just so impractical to recreate various old technology. Yeah. Ow, 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 ow. Well, you ain't going home in that. To an extent, we know it was alternating layers of originally iron, but then later steel as metalworking grew. So we know what makes it, just not specific behind it. At the same time, modern steels are far superior. Not impossible. Yeah. Oh, so Caligula's here.
This stuff is fucking true. So, distance may destabilize the battle. So, kill them.
Because of course. Eliminate impeding enemies. This game knows me so well. Eliminate the impediments. That was easy, that's not lost technology at all, that's the capture. Yeah. It's basically ancient napalm. Yeah. Yeah.
What?
Ancient napalm.
Yeah, it's napalm, but they know how to do it.
Yeah. Yeah. Napalm is a gel. You can aerosolize it. Yeah. You extrude it at a high enough pressure that it comes out as a vapor. That's exactly how you work a goddamn flamethrower in general. The fuel is aerosolized because it's extruded at a high pressure. That's why fuel tanks have a pressure gauge. Oh, I never said it was safe or practical. Flamethrowers in general were one of the most dangerous bloody things to carry. Because typically, they aim for you first. Because if they got you, they took out you and your mates. Again, I know this shit. In one case, British flamethrower positions. We had big fuck-off flame projectors. Yes! Yeah, and that was the inspiration that Tolkien used for Smaug. Yes! Did you forget he fought in World War I?
I knew he fought, I didn't know that was
The idea for a huge fuck-off dragon, as fantasy exists, by the giant fucking Livingston flame projector. The war left a lot of scars on it. Yeah. Therefore, when you consider the size and devastation of one of those compared to, you know, your generic bloody, your generic goddamn infantry flamethrower. Yeah. gas masks of the era were very unique. Well, we didn't understand at the time, a lot of the time, how to handle gas. And gas attack. We didn't know quite what would be effective, so a lot of it was experimenting with seeing what would actually work. Kinda. Sort of. Less direct, but along those lines. Yes, they were. Yeah. And don't forget, we still both sides still operated cavalry. Despite how futile it was in the advent of the machine gun. What's more, we used both sides used horses for transporting transport for artillery and supplies, etc. Yeah, and they had the idea for a for tanks in general. Because I got a commendation, yay! Because they're like, okay, how? Well, the guy who came up with the idea saw farmers with tank. That was one version.
Yeah.
With tank caterpillar tractors.
Yeah.
And he saw how easily they were crossing, and it's like,
thank the gods!
Huh,
what happened?
That's a good idea. Let's do that.
So they were unable to see the ritual to its completion. Then Garuda is no longer a threat, and whatever the Ascians and the Warriors of Darkness were planning has come to naught.
Was that a dog or? What's the old photo?
A
dog or a small bear?
I believe a breed of dog.
Yeah.
Oh, the Livens projector, not Livingston. No, that was a mortar-like weapon.
Yeah.
It was our standard method of delivering gas attacks, because both sides used gas. But we could also fill it with flammables.
I think one of the things that gets me so much about World War One is like it was much rapid development.
Oh, there we go. Livens large gallery flame projector.
That bugger, yeah. Yeah. That was, like I said, there'd never been a war like it.
Nope.
Neither in
that was
scale
it,
or...
firing.
Nice.
You can see just how he had the inspiration for Smaug.
Now you meant when you put those two bits of information together, you could definitely see.
Popular culture. The Livens flame projector was the inspiration for the cinematographic representation for Smaug, a fire-breathing drake from the north. Was presented by Peter Jackson in The Hobbit: Desolation of Smaug.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, Smaug as a dragon. Well, dragonfire generally comes in so many different appearances. Yeah. Your typical cone of flame takes inspiration from a standard flamethrower.
Yep.
You got things like Rain of Fire. You remember that terrible film?
Oh god.
Where it's an atomized an atomized fuel stream.
Yeah.
That's then ignited.
Yeah.
which is similar. See, Smaug did it better.
But we should not tarry. The knights have secured our path to safety.
You've got Zilla's atomic breath, which is just a very loud, long roar, where venting flammable gas from its mouth, which somehow was hot. It was hot enough to flip vehicles and cause sparks, which then ignited it.
Yeah.
It was terrible.
Yes, it was. Let me just think. It's like, the reason it gets me is like, obviously during the war, the technological advancement they had to go through, they were just, I thought they were just, sometimes they were just making shit up on the spot to see if it would work.
There were a number of different flamethrower tanks. The Crocodile was just one of the famous.
Yeah.
There's the Flampanzer 1, a Panzer 1 variant used in North Africa, briefly. Panzer II Flam, a variant of the Ausf D/E Panzer II. Flampanzer 38,
Yeah.
variant of the 38T tank destroyer, the Jagdpanzer 38T tank destroyer, which was a Jagdpanzer built off of the 38T, but not a but it was, so basically it was a flamethrower Hetzer. Panzerkampfwagen B2F, which is captured B1, German service with a flamethrower. Flampanzer 3 Ausf M and Panzer 3 FL. It's a variant of the Panzer 3 Ausf M. SD-KFZ 251-16 Flampanzerwagen, variant of the 251 series half-track. Yeah, the classic German half-track.
Yeah.
The Stug 3 Flam, which is a 3 Ausf F Stug 3 variant with a flamethrower. Italy had the L3 LF flame tank, which was the L335 tankette, the Caraveloce, with the twin machine gun replaced with a flamethrower.
Yeah.
Obviously, Anzio couldn't use those because flamethrower. You can't really use one of those. Does not do the regulated damage. And it had the L6 LF flame tank, which is the L640 light tank with a flamethrower.
I can't get the phrase flame grilled Miho out of my head now.
But that would also flame grill Floof.
That might be a problem.
And don't forget, Floof really likes Miho as well.
Yeah.
Japanese Army Soko Sagyoki Armoured Engineer Vehicles model Bo, Ko, Otsu, Hei, and Tei. And there's a flame tank model of the Type 95 Hago light tank as well. The M3 Satan, which is a modified M3 Stuart, improvised with the Canadian Ronson flamethrower. And that was used from around 1944, going through Bougainville, amongst others. Oh, we have another watcher.
Well.
Oh, he's just disappeared.
What do we
Might have been
have
lore
here?
again, don't know. Shit. There's the Warriors of Darkness, and they've got a new member as well. Shit! Unfortunately, I'm pretty sure I know exactly who the new guy is. The M4A3
You!
R3 Zippo.
Wait, I know you. Still walking, I see. I could have sworn my aim was true.
She is the one who shot Alice, Alphino's sister. Alice was the one who told us about this. So the thing is, they're twins. Zippo was a flamethrower Sherman used, modification used at Iwo Jima. He had the M4 Crocodile, 4 M4s converted by us for the 2nd Armoured Division in northwest Europe, using the same fuel trailer as the Churchill, but the fuel line went over the hull. You had the Sherman Badger, which was Canada's replacement of the Ram Badger. Bear in mind that the Ram was just the Canadian Sherman. It was a turretless M4A2 HVSS Sherman with Wasp 2C flamethrower in place of the hull machine gun. Developed sometime from 45 to 49. 150 gallons at 250 psi, effective to 125 yards with plus 30 to minus 10 elevation, and 30 degrees left, 23 degrees right. And it inspired the US T-68. And you had the Sherman Adder conversion kit for Shermans used in India on Sherman 3 and 5s. You had the Churchill Oki, which was a Churchill Mark II with the Ronson. 3 were part of the 42 raid on Dieppe, but were put out of action before the flamethrower got used. The Crocodile was a Mark
Just what
7.
is your game? Leading us a long way so these fools could step in and claim our prize?
Mark 7's the one that St. Gloriana have. Kit of an armoured fuel trailer that used compressed nitrogen for pressure. Placed the whole machine gun, leaving the main armament unaffected. 800 of them were produced, operating under the organisation of the 79th Armoured Division. As with other specialised vehicles deployed following the Normandy landings in the Italian campaign, could deliver 80 one-second bursts out to 120 yards or 110 metres before refuelling. You had the Matilda Frog, 25 of which were produced. Matilda 2s converted to flamethrowers by the Australians in late 1944. And the Matilda Murray, which was the Australian improvement over the Frog, produced in 45. You had the OT-34, in brackets OT-3476, which was a T-3476, replacing the hull machine gun with an ATO-41, later ATO-42 flamethrower, internally mounted. You had the 85, which was a T-34-85 of the ATO-42. Again, replacing the whole machine gun. Then, there was the KV-8, which was a KV-1 fitted with the ATO-41 in the turret beside a machine gun. In order to accommodate it, the 76.2mm main gun was replaced with a smaller 45mm, though it was disguised to look like the standard 76.
No, let's not make hasty accusations. By the look of things, the ritual was proceeding as planned.
You had the T-26, T-130, T-133 and T-134, which was twin-turreted T-26, T-26 mod 1931, but using a single turret with a flamethrower, second turret removed. Bearing in mind these variants of the T-26, basically. The 130 was the 1933 model, using a larger 45mm gun turret. The gun was replaced by a flamethrower. You had the 133 was the 1939, gun replaced by a flamethrower. The 134 was variant from 1939 with a 45mm gun. Oh, correction, the Ram was built off of the M3 medium chassis, so the Lee/Grant, with a different turret. The LVT A4 Ronson, landing vehicle tracked, so the standard. So this is the LVT swimming light tank. An M8 howitzer motor carriage, but the 75mm howitzer replaced by the Canadian Ronson. With the LVT-4F Sea Serpent, which was the British version, unarmoured but had flamethrowers, and the Wasp, which obviously was the was the UC with it. The LVT was the Amtrak, a bit of alternate spelling, and Gator/alligator. No bigger picture. That thing. Vaguely familiar now?
Yes.
Yeah. So, you get the idea.
We arrived at the appointed hour. 'Twas they who erred.
I can't say who Masked Guy is because spoilers, but I have a theory of who it is, and I'll tell you when we're off mic.
It is hopeless. We cannot face them all.
Do mine ears deceive? A boy! So that's the way of it. Twins! You had me worried for a moment there.
Thing is, she uses poison arrows, which is what has nearly killed Alice.
Know that I will happily make it quicker for you, if you just stand still.
Oh, because if that's gonna happen.
Enough, Jarumul. We wouldn't want to upset the man in white with any unnecessary bloodshed now, would we?
The man in white isn't a doctor. And he's not the doctor either. It's Elidibus, the Ascian envoy, who's colluding with the Warriors of Darkness, but also with one of our friends.
You've been awfully busy since we were kind enough to spare your lives.
I don't like the literal Warrior of Darkness.
While you were idly consorting with the Ascians, you mean? 7 hells! What could you possibly hope to achieve?
He's specifically a warrior because he's got an axe. Warriors are the promotion class from Marauders, who are the Axemen, or the Axe class.
Should I explain it to you? Very well. Consider it a reward of sorts for beating us here.
You can feel the arrogance just oozing from him.
Yeah.
You know the tale of Hydaelyn and Zodiac, I take it? Of the Great Sundering, and the reflections it created.
Across 10 and 3 they were divided. Reflections of the source, each possessed of shards of light and dark.
Just so. One of those reflections, the one nearest to the source, is our home. And we were the heroes blessed with her light. But not all worlds hold light and dark in equal measure. In ours, the power of light was greater by far. So the Ascians, who once threatened our home, were no match. And they fell before us, one after another, till none were left. Victory, we thought. And then came the light. A flood of pure, blinding radiance, annihilating shadow and color and life itself. Ere long, it will consume our world, leaving naught in its wake but blank perfection.
That cannot be. Do
They've
you
had to
honestly
become
expect
the
us to
darkness
believe such a story?
to try and bring balance on the...
Believe what you like. But it has happened before, on a world far removed from ours. The 13th, which was swallowed by the dark and transformed into what you call the Void. Unchallenged light would condemn us to a similar fate. And so we joined hands with our former enemies, and with their aid came here, to the source. For there is but one way to restore the balance and save our home. The Ardor. Calamitous destruction with the power to break down the barriers between planes and see our worlds rejoined.
You would doom our world to save your own? What would even become of us? Of you?
Enough. I tire of talking.
Still arrogant as fuck, but at least they have a decent motive.
You know our cause. You know what is at stake. We are prepared to do whatever it takes. Are you?
If there is aught you would say, say it. Otherwise, begone. You have no friends here.
That done. Because of the time there are now going to be more people on.
What time is it in America?
At the latest, almost 12:30 in the afternoon. Earliest, about 9:30 in the morning.
How many more clicks on now than there were then?
Less pricks.
It's the general term I use.
Yeah, they're not exactly griefers. For example, we've just returned to Limsa whilst we're in the queue. The plaza should be at least partially full.
Okay, what about the dancing guy? Do you reckon I'll be there?
Probably. He disappeared for a day or two and he came back. Less than I was expecting. I'm impressed they managed to get on top of that. It's very hard to actually get on there. There he is, exactly the same place. Dressed exactly the same. But also...
Not dead yet, basically.
Nope. Bear in mind, he was also responding to people talking to him. I'll also point out that the three companies' shorthand, Seed, obviously Final Fantasy VIII, but the full name, Liberty Fatale, is actually the name of a of one of the pieces of music from Final Fantasy VIII. No, he's an actual person. He's an actual person because he's got a non-standard class. He's a weaver, so we've gone through a crafting class. We've gone through at least 10 levels regular, but he's something like level 79 as a weaver. Nope. What was it? Got that. Leak. No, but it is, for the most part, convenient censoring. borderline. Because you could argue that one is Gravia in the vein of a page 3 model.
Yeah. There's one set the other. There's mostly the ones that fit the aspect ratio and the screen. There's that one I sent you the other day that.
Correction, he's level 80 as a Weaver, so he's. Yeah. Liberi Fatale is the music piece. Yeah. He's gotten this far. He's in a free company. He's a second lieutenant in the Maelstrom, so he's gone through a lot of effort here. So he's quite literally not just he's not a bot.
I just want to set something funny for screen but at the same time, I have to take the phone out of my
Yeah, well, mine's perfectly fine.
Yeah, yours is fine.
Yeah, both my lock screen and my my wallpaper.
I know one of them's serval.
Lock screen. It is official art as well. The other is one of the best pieces of fan art I've seen for Grand Order.
Still got the same two that I saw a while ago.
Yeah.
Fair enough. Yep. And yep.
Be in your settings.
I'll set one right off.
It's either it's less unset. It's more you just replace it with a different one. Oh wow. No prizing for guessing what they're into.
Yeah.
We've encountered them before. To be fair, they'd only realise if they were looking over your shoulder.
Yeah.
So you can quite easily get away with it.
I might change it before I go.
I think you can get away with it quite easily.
Yeah.
It's only if they're looking over your shoulder like that.
Yeah, then I'd have to. What do you need to do?
Yeah. And if they if they call you out on it, there's no need to, because obviously that's it's up to you.
The only problem is everyone at work is
You don't know what they're into. As far as callings are concerned, they're only normies in so much as what do you call it? In so much as anime is concerned, well, we know they could be into some pretty damn dirty shit. So anyone who calls you out on it is a dick.
It's not even like my main thing, it's just one of the things I found myself looking at as
For me, I've got to be in the mood. A lot of the things I like are dependent on my mood.
I'm really glad we're not being specific about this out of context. So that people that find these videos have really got to work on guessing.
Half the people who watch them so far have been my friends.
Yep.
And they know what I'm into. They kind of know.
People will give them no context then. We'll set this channel on.
There are worse places to hide that.
Yeah. On my other tablet, the one that you've seen the name on, I got a new one. Where I reset it, both the lock screen and the opening was straightforward. I straightforward. Just straight up.
Not even vanilla at that.
Why isn't it relatively vanilla at the other one?
Ah. Quagmire intensifies.
Yep. Now that I've mentioned that, I need to go and get that tablet out, push it out, charge it, load up soundboards and what various videos, and then put a particularly interesting lock screen in there. And I need more episodes. Ravioli going arm the dragon line.
It's not like she even needs it.
Yeah.
Yeah. There's me and a tank. Yeah, so we are a quarter of the way there.
Ooh.
Awesome, I'm tempted to say fuck it and spend some more on Saint Quartz to try it again.
Ooh.
I'm really tempted. Cause,
Yeah, I know, that's how I get you.
yeah, the thing is, right? The two that I really want
Yeah.
aren't limited. They're non-limited 4 stars. So
It's a good thing you're not a drug.
you think I've got the money for a drug habit?
Exactly.
Whoa, there we go.
Because by the looks of it, at the moment, most of the girls are Saint
Nice. When I bought some last week, it was the first time in ages. It was the first time since the Seraphix chapter that I've had the money to do so. Come on, last healer, come on. We've been waiting for this, effectively, for an hour and a half. Yay!
4 hours.
Nope.
Who's waiting?
Alexander, part 11. Nope. If I was fighting Odin, we'd still be queuing. He is not popular. The Sabaton version is better because you can actually understand it. Yeah, but you can understand the Sabaton one easier. And I can generally understand it mostly because I've heard the Sabaton version before. All of the growling and screaming. I kind of do, but neighbours and it kills the drone. On that note, you would. We've been talking for quite a while. I need to stop. Read that throat balloon. Giggity. Come on, you expected me not to? Oh crap. Some sort of airship thing has emerged out of the golden portal. Nope. This is the first time I've come here, remember? Cruise Chaser. Yeah. I know a better one though. Final Fantasy IX Summon Arc. I luckily got in there just in time. Kind of. But the summons are an airship, which is powered by propellers, not a flotation bag. It's more like a helicopter. With a big bow ram that, yeah, basically, R is the dark summon of the game, the dark element, and it turns into a mech, and it's fucking awesome. You've got the longest summon sequence in the game, if you get the long version. The short version is about as long as most summons long version, and it's a powerhouse, and it's fucking awesome. Going down to half health. Fortunately, we didn't completely, we didn't wipe, but yeah. Unfortunately, it's a sealed area behind me now after the fight. It doesn't, however, mean I can't survive my foot. No, I think I've got a range. Both, oh shit, they're actually wiping. They're down to me and a tank, and I'm not even there. As a result. Yep. Oh shit, I'm going to just trigger the next bit. Unfortunately, it fully heals. I locked out on all 4 feathers as well, and oh. Ow! Insta-kill thing that got me. Oh, that's how we avoid it. 18 active time maneuver. Haha! Holy shit! Yeah. Ow! I got one shot. We didn't see it coming. Now we're after another tank. Holy shit, both our healers are gone again. We're down to 1 tank and 3 DPS. We're out of DPS. Tank's dead. 2 DPS left. We nearly got him. We wiped. Again. We got very close that time. I want this. instead of my cup. Yeah. I use the same cup quite regularly. Fair enough. You've got the remnants of hundreds to thousands of brutes. So I can tell the difference between different instant coffee. For that very reason. I've been hit by a few. Ow. Ow. Come on, Steeler and Blackmane tank can finish this. Yeah, I got all the loot as well. Yeah.
I've not seen
You just
one of
have
those in like 5 years.
you have to be poked to get the thing now.
I literally don't think I've seen one of those since I left school.
Believe it or not, Elsbeth has the same voice as Astolfo, Akubo Rumi, who also voices Mutsuki, Kisaragi, and Nizuki in Azure Lane. Saito Chiwa voices Tamamo, Chloe, Boudica, and Kondo. Tanada Riza, Kiyohime, Matahari, Marie Antoinette voices Jokaku, Zuikaku, and Signet. Asakawa Yu, Erelai, Medusa, Steno, and USS Ranger. Sawashiro Miyuki, Mordred and Ranma, and HMS Monarch. Sakura Ayane, Musashi, as in Miyamoto Musashi, Meb, Sealing Ninja, so Mochizuki Chiyomi, and Prinz Eugen. Yuki Aoi is Okita, Shuten Doji, and Taiho. No wonder Taiho is so fucking thirsty. Shooting. Kanemoto Hisako, Helena Blavatsky, Tomoe Gozen, and Kent and Jinsu. Sakura, so that might be Pavati or Sakura Saber, which is Saber Lily. Wait, no, it can't be Sakura Saber because that's Okita, so that would be Pavati, HMS Glorious. Media, Jinkei, and Carmilla is Hood and Turpitz. Ortlinde / Nito Chris, Shitaya Noriko is Sakura and Glorious. Atsuko Tanaka is Media, Jinkei, Carmilla, Hood, and Turpitz. Minami Tanaka is Ortlinde and Nito Chris, and Wakaba and Urakaze. Komatsu Mikako is Hild, Sanzang, and USS Sims. Ohara Sayaka is Irisville and Mikasa. Ogura Yui, Passion Lip, Nezha, and Yubari in I-19. Amamiya Sora is Thrud, HMS Illustrious, and Le Triomphant. Fukin Misato is Osakabe Hime and Ibuki. Sato Satomi is Queen of Sheba and Rune. Takahashi Ri, MASH, Montpelier, Massachusetts. In fact, that boss was fucking tough as hell. massive crystal as its core as well. Unfortunately, Sid wagers it will recover faster than we can damage it. Pyrrha cosplayer, not pictured, Pyrrha dust.
God. No.
Hey, if I have to suffer, you'll suffer. You know that. One awesome thing about Eeyore is that even though he's basically clinically depressed, he still gets invited to participate in adventures and shenanigans with all his friends. And they never expect him to pretend to feel happy. They just love him anyway, and they never ask him to change, never leave him behind or ask him to change. Which is nice. Remember, he got the book because the cat did this in the past. Now doing it now. So we get the book back. Told you it's a robot. No, this is now the present. Basically, we've completed one part of the loop. Because Backrix had the book when we travelled back in time, the cat was able to knock it out of his hands and leap across with it to the ground in the past. And the Goblin, the Illuminati leader, got it in the past along with the cat, and has coordinated things for 3 years to bring this point to happen. And because we've achieved that part, it's then knocked out of his hands, so it's back into ours.
Okay.
We've already completed that particular part of the loop.
And the book isn't going to then go back to the beginning.
I don't think so.
So it's not a loop stuff now.
Mm-hmm.
No one knows.
No. This is literally a causality. The book was present in the past in the Illuminati leader's hands, or rather it was in his hands, because it's literally the book that was knocked out of Backrix's hand. Look, it's literally saying it. Watch a book of Backrix, and look, writings end where Backrix leads off when Shanoa sends Watch a book spinny falling from Backrix's fingers. So Quick thinks his book that he's been reading from, foretelling the future with, is that journal. Because it was knocked out of his hands in the past, Quick thinks was able to get it. So, it had to have been in our possession when we travelled to the past for that to happen. It's now no longer needed to be in his hands for that loop to happen. Also, I don't think this is how time works either. I was so enraged that I punched time, thus breaking it and bringing myself back here.
I don't think that works.
No, I really don't think it's how it works
Well,
either.
I'm fairly certain you told me there's a Togo character. Unless, of course, that's just the same as Togo's. Because what I've been told about Togo so far is just, if it can, even if it can't happen, it just does.
Yes and no. Sakia has the ability to manipulate time, but she generally does it to Dio Brando. Yukari can manipulate the boundary of anything. Well, manipulate boundaries, and anything is conceivably a boundary. So it kind of is and isn't.
Time scan work, but only when
Daidoji's case, she has basically punched time itself, breaking it and forcing herself back to that point.
like conditional superpowers.
Not even that.
I mean, like time travel.
The Darth Vader. I find your lack of base disturbing.
Here's one. You can turn invisible, but only when you're thinking about cheats.
That's just random useless superpower.
That's what you think about cheats.
You'd have to consciously be thinking about cheese at all times, thus wasting your invisibility.
Yeah, but if you turn invisible for a bit, okay, think about some cheese, go invisible, commit your crime, come back, stop thinking about cheese.
But you'd still have to think about your crime and how to achieve
I'm
it.
not saying it has to be the only thing in your mind. I'm sure you can work it out.
It just wouldn't work. Anything you have to consciously think about to trigger and has to remain in your mind precludes the ability to think about other things at the same time. The same cat.
Get what movies invisibility, but overall holding.
That one's even worse.
I know. That was the point. Useless. Oh, it was 4, wasn't it? That one, not a 4, that's which one
The one that was better than At World's End.
Yeah. I've seen World's End. Not the worst film.
Not the worst film, but it's not good enough to actually be part of the trilogy. That's the general consensus. I haven't actually seen it yet. We're actually at 6:10, but hopefully we can get the last stage done, because I want people to see bits, because I know how it ends. There's only one raid left, and I know how it ends. It's pretty amazing. I've told you in private the gist of the storyline. Yesterday, yes.
Okay, yeah, it's been
I've told you about it before that as well.
yeah, but that's what I remember. Think about the interview. Just thinking of the point. I do like that mask. Most things are really good.
Thing is, right, we blow his brains out, but
Yes.
unfortunately that doesn't stick.
Oh.
He's a cyborg. He's experimented on his own body. He's got that many cybernetic enhancements that, yeah, no, it doesn't stick until we make sure it sticks. Because we don't know in character that he's got all these cybernetics.
Of course.
read what he's saying. If you work out quite what the goblin idiosyncrasies, like tongue flap, so every word, every deal, every idea, Quick Thinks brings world closer and closer to perfection, guides Illuminati to rightful place as rulers of New World Order. True time, so the true timeline, as he claims, will not be unmade by ignorant uplanders, so non-goblins. Problem is, he can't manipulate the codex, so he shouldn't be able to. He's managing it sort of, but not properly. As I recall, it kind of works, but nowhere near as well as somebody who can actually manipulate the codex, like Round Rock. So somehow we've actually escaped. We now get the last part. Wow, that's an eye design.
That's the thing.
I'll get a bigger picture in a second.
Yeah. What is she on the working over here?
No idea. We're now back in the core. Uh-oh. Dun dun dun. We are now frozen in time. By which point, this means he can quite easily kill us. However, that is the entity of the core. That is Alexander Prime. He can quite easily crush us because we are frozen in time. So we're gonna die horribly. Huh? The time bubble is broken. What the? Okay. I'm doing the way. Ow, ow! Oh my god, my tail's on fire! Ow, 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 ow! That hurt. Small am anger now. Does that fucking hurt? Womp. Yes, time travel noises, you know.
It's the standard time.
Yeah, womp, womp, womp. You know,
I was
TARDIS.
I was literally debating this last night with myself. Why is that the go-to noise for like high electricity stuff? Like big sci-fi electric
Point.
things.
The TARDIS.
Yeah.
If you listen carefully, it's a bit scratchy, but it sounds like womp.
Yep. I know. There are two things my ex-teacher said. Harry Potter or Doctor Who. As a result, I know many things about them. I'm also not particularly fond of them.
I like Harry Potter.
I was sort of over it as
At least I downplay it a lot for you, anyway. But I like the Harry Potter series.
I like it for what it is, but like some aspects of the fandom get quite.
I've got to go into the distortion and stop that shit. Sid and the others are going to the control room to seize control and make sure it stops doing that shit.
It's also the main reason I dislike Twilight.
Twilight is a god-awful series anyway.
Yeah, and I had to sit through it.
Vampires do not sparkle!
I've said this.
There's only one vampire who has a legitimate reason to sparkle.
No.
Flandra Scarlet, and that's because she has crystals hanging from her wings.
At the time, I wasn't aware of Togo. Wash your hands. I had to sit through that bloody series, the whole fucking thing. I want to say at least 10 times. And that's just from one film to the last. Watching individual films here and there, God knows. Obviously one will be Canadian way.
So you are on Team Twilight can fuck off rather than Team Edward or Team Jacob. You know, 50 Shades of Grey actually started off as a Twilight fanfic.
I've heard this.
It's not even a theory or a rumour, it's actually true.
What the publisher's author said, yeah, this is what happened.
Basically.
Just changed out the characters for OCs. Next thing you know, you've got a best-selling.
Softcore porn that gives the wrong impression about what BDSM is actually about.
I've never read it. I don't think I ever will. I don't know how they depict BDSM.
Very wrongly. There are people who are actually into S&M who have read it and have gone, yeah, no, fucking hell, this is wrong. This is not what BDSM is about. This is not how it actually is. That shit is fucked up.
So it was a particularly fucked up fanfic.
I say fucked up, but it's like along the lines of it doesn't go the way the books go. There's no denying that the male character is a sadist, but there are none of the convictions present that are present in an actual S&M relationship. There's none of what actually makes an S&M relationship actually what it is. Now, whilst that's queuing, I need to go do something very quickly, so I will be back in a minute. If the tube pops before then, move the left button to commence, and then press the go button. just did.
I didn't say how I feel about it.
You kind of did. You were on microphone. But god damn it. Might have been a little faint potentially because.
I don't particularly hate furries. I'm not quite a strong feeling about them one way or the other. I just think. Given that my commute still involves cycling, I want to try that. Just cycle past you while playing a harmonic.
Dooting intensifies.
Yes, it's definitely a look, isn't it?
Yeah. Also, Smol has been swallowed by inky black orb.
So,
I'm in the queue. I'm in the queue. Basically, this orb is a time distortion. I say swallow. It's not a solid object. The objective of today's stream was to try and get the Alexander quest line finished. This is the last part then. This is 12 of 12. So unfortunately, a couple of the other queues have taken a long time. On there, that's Admiral Hipper.
okay.
You can quite easily see the relation with Eugen.
Yeah.
I've only got one of Deutschland. Not two, but she's got white stripe in her hair, similar place to Spay's red stripe. Fortunately, leaving here won't actually get rid of the thing, because we're in the queue for it. We don't have to be standing in that area. It's why it could pop when we're in the middle of the thing. We could be in the middle of Limsa or anywhere else. The queue pops. The only time it can't pop is if you just entered it, but if the queue's popped for another dungeon and you confirm playing for that. Possibly, but like other trials, these can fill completely randomly without warning. They're weird like that. For example, I've sat in a queue for 10 minutes watching it, there's been no action, and suddenly it popped. There's been no additions or subtractions to it. just so people can see your face palms.
Yeah, my various reactions. You know, I'll go on eBay. I'll have a look around. They sell them like they sell ones on eBay, on Amazon, on Get one.
Also, as I told you, I'm not at D&D tomorrow. Yeah, the temporary Pokemon Center. Yeah, so either we could continue stream and potentially do the final part tomorrow, and then continue the rest of the story. Or we'll give it another couple of minutes and hope it pops, and then do other stuff tomorrow. Potentially. Because people who've seen the 3 previous entries and haven't been in the gone through the storyline before might be interested in seeing how it ends. Whilst you've seen this much of it, it's only fair that you see that you're able to see the end as well. Also, this rain is just the thing to soothe Smol's burnt britches. As it were. Come on, I've narrowly dodged a beam that would have killed me. When the camera panned back to me after said dodge, it was a pained expression, so it clearly frickin' hurt. So the heat must have scorched something. Possibly my back, my exposed tail, etc., etc. We have a baby deer. Have a buffalo calf. Where's the ketchup? Keep him away from the French. It's a frog, literally. Tiny Alphino. Tiny Sid. Wind-up leader for me, because I'm with Maelstrom. Tiny Admiral Melweb. Tiny Nanamo. It's only about half the size of the real one. Because Nanamo is a Lalafell.
That one tastes like potato though.
It's a clockwork doll.
Yeah, but can you eat it?
Literally clockwork doll.
You ever tried to eat a clockwork doll?
Tastes like metal and machinery.
No,
Friendo. Wind up Emmerich.
none of these names are spelled as actually pronounced.
Orchefant and Emmerich. It's understandable. They are they're from Ishgard.
They're French.
A bit.
Well, I'm gonna trust the French. Well, there are many reasons I don't trust the French.
You don't particularly pronounce the Y there, but it's Stoller. Alphino. Of Alphino as
I
well,
haven't
it's
heard you say it a million times. I would never have guessed how you say that.
of Alphino, it's sort of the whole thing with Elysians anyway. That's Hildebrand Mandeville. You got Can Isena, Ralbarn, and Melweb. Nanamo. Yeah, pretty straightforward. Midgard Zorma. And Wind Up Onion Knight from the original Final Fantasy. Particularly in his Final Fantasy 3 form. Because it's from the Crystal Tower quests, which are Final Fantasy 3. Accompaniment node. I can be followed by a little floating orb. Besides, I don't need to have Midgard Zorma out anymore for plot purposes. He still pops in and out at random when he feels like it for story reasons anyway. So I could be followed by Wind Up Merlweb, Nanamo, Wind Up Odin.
Why would you want to though?
Minion.
Why do you want to wind up the organ?
Because this is a little clockwork doll of a primal.
You get what I'm saying?
Yeah. Push dollar. Okay, right after the quarter hour, so we may as well meet up tomorrow and finish it off then with a mini stream, so people can who have seen it this much can.
I'll wake up as early as I'm physically capable.
If you're not awake by 1 o'clock, I'm kicking your door in.
I don't think that'll be for that. It's fairly thick.
I never said I'd be kicking it in with my foot. Yes. £16 sledgehammer.
This isn't a drug raid. What?
No,
I haven't got any drugs.
If it was a drug raid, I'd be using a battering ram.
I don't have any drugs though.
Like I said, if that's would only apply if it was a drugs raid.
I'm way too vanilla to be a drug dealer. The only thing non-vanilla about me is my porn collection. Well, that and my favourite flavour of ice cream. Actually, wait, that isn't vanilla. I'm not joking, that's cheap. Well,
Yeah,
I mean,
600,000 more experience and we're halfway to level 66.
only a few more to go until it's funny.
Look,
Yeah.
how much experience you need to be at to go from level 65 to 66.
Nice.
You need nearly 7 million experience. 6,995,000.
Still counts.
No, it doesn't.
If it's 6, then a 9. It counts.
6,9 breaks it up. Doesn't work.
Tell that to the group. Haha, that's the sex number.
It only applies if the numbers are together. They're not. They are split. Anyway, that's it from us for today.
Yep.
So, do please leave us a like and a subscribe if you haven't already, and let us know in the comment section what you think. And we will hopefully have a mini stream tomorrow.
Yep.
So we can show you guys who have seen 3 parts so far of the Alexander raid how it ends, because my god, the end, from what I've read, the ending is amazing. Tragic and whatnot, but amazing.
Do you know how it ends?
Oh, I know how it ends.
Okay.
But until then, it's a goodbye.